Testing. Good evening. And your recipients, if you have not got your certificate, please see Dr. Best or Annie in the back table to pick that up. So those who are receiving your 10-year award certificates are on the back table. Thank you.
Good evening. I have a gavel now. I am now official. All right. I'm sorry for the delay. The time is 5:33. Mr. Sinatra, is Trustee Kraus in the meeting?
Yes, he is.
Okay, just checking. Okay, good evening. This is the regular board meeting of the Adelanto Elementary School District. It's Tuesday, February 11th, 2025. This is our call to order. Usually Mrs. Love takes roll, but we will have Dr. Walker take roll.
Thank you, President Stewart.
You're not on. You're not on.
Testing.
The other one.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, you can hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you, President Stewart. At this time, roll call. Trustee Soto,
Soto present.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus here.
Trustee Webster,
Webster present.
Trustee LaFrench,
Here.
President Stewart.
Stewart, aye. I mean here. Okay, moving on to 1.04, the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, number 2, adoption of the agenda. 2.01, proposed additions, deletions, and adjustments in the order of business. I believe we have none at this time. So we will go on to 2.02, adoption of the agenda. Trustees, I need a motion to adopt the agenda.
Trustee Webster, I motion to adopt the agenda.
I need a second.
Kraus, I'll second.
French, I
Oh,
second.
sorry.
Okay, we'll go ahead and this time we'll give it to La French. Normally Mrs. Love would take the vote, but I will take the vote tonight. So Trustee Soto,
Soto I.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, I.
Trustee La French,
French, I.
Trustee Stewart, me says aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we are now moving on to special recognitions. 3.01, employee recognition for 10 years of service to AESD. Dr. Walker, would you like to say something first?
Thank you, President Stewart. I first of all just want to say congratulations for those that are receiving their recognition for 10 years of service with AESD. I must say that in coming into the district, I know the hard work that each of you do every day, and I am super grateful to be the superintendent in this district working alongside you as we continue to provide the best care to all the students that we serve. Thank you so much and congratulations. And at this time, I turn it over to, yes, Mr. Shiflett, Human Resources Assistant Soup.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. Good evening, President Stewart, trustees, Superintendent Walker, cabinet members, staff, students, and guests. Can you bring the PowerPoint up? Gracias. It gives me great pleasure to be here to recognize the staff of Adelanto Elementary School District who have devoted their careers to enriching the lives of our beautiful children in our community. Not only have the staff who are being recognized tonight have enriched our children's lives, they have also supported classified and certificated colleagues at school sites or in their respective departments. Again, it's an honor to present and recognize the many employees this evening. The annual service award ceremony is part of a tradition recognized and gratitude for our dedicated employees whose accomplishments, and outstanding work contributed to the success of our students, teachers, staff, and alumni of the Adelanto Elementary School District. Tonight, we will recognize staff who completed 10 years of service to the district during the 23-24 school year. When I read your name, please come to the front and stand up here and wait to be recognized. So our first person, Cindy Alonzo. Marla Bradfield. Chandra Taylor Braxton. James Carter. Rhonda Castaneda. He Gore. Golden Cruz. Elba De Leon. Jose Enriquez. Yolanda Garcia. Claudine Gomez. Alejandra Gonzalez. Christy Hillequist. Damian Johnson. Jill Kelsey. Madison Clemish. Ellen Kohler. Michael Macias. Janice Martinez. Carla Mateos Lopez. Harlow McCauley. Jose Mora. Jennifer Morales. Jennifer Padilla. Deborah Peniel. Crystal Postel. Lilia Riveras. Raul Robles. Cristaline Salias. Angelica Saugus. Eva Serrano. Emma Sharp. Erica Silva. Barbara Simmons. Lakeisha Striglers. Cecilia Vaganosi. I apologize for that one. Melissa Vasquez. Kaylin Wheeler. And Andriana Young. Congratulations to all of you for your 10 years of service. Let's give them another round of applause, please. At this time, those of you can take pictures. I think Sandra and the Board of Education, please.
I was like, why does it all look different? Okay, board, do you have comments you want to share?
Um, yes, Madam President, I just want to thank you all for your 10 years of service to dedicating your time to our students, improving the education and the quality of life for our students. And so thank you for your decades of service.
Okay. I want to say thank you. Sometimes it seems like when you get into education, 1 year passes by, and I know myself 30 years later where you say, well, where did that time go? So this is 10 years right now, and I look forward to seeing you in 10 more years. Thank you for your services to our families and our children.
Trustee Webster?
Alrighty, I want to do a special shout out to each and every individual who celebrated their 10 years with us tonight. That is a long, dedicated amount of time to us. And I know that each one of you have helped embark on a pillar of success for the students of Adelanto that have thrived. So I want to personally say thank you, and thank you for being here to celebrate it with us. Also, additionally, principals, I see a lot of faces out there, and I want to say thank you for showing up and supporting your employees as well.
Trustee Kraus?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and good evening, everyone. I just also wanted to echo the sentiments of my fellow trustees. Appreciate all of your hard work and all of your dedication to the district. I know that our parents and community appreciate, and our students especially appreciate all the hard work every day to see your smiling faces. And I know it's not easy all the time, but thank you again for all the hard work you do. Thank you.
And I want to concur with my fellow board members. 10 years seems like a long time, but it really is a blink of an eye. And you know, the kids, they may make it worth it, though they can frustrate us sometimes. It's worth it. So thank you and congratulations. Let's do the cake. We were hoping to. We do have cake, but we want to get through our next presentation for the kids. So if you could just be patient, and then we'll just do it all at once. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go on to 3.02, student recognition for the science fair, history day, and spelling bee.
Thank you, President Stewart. At this time, Dr. Dwyzon.
Good evening, Board President Stewart, Board of Trustees, AESD staff, and community. Many hours go into creating science fair projects, and I see a lot of parents saying, yes, this is true. But to get to this point, to be recognized this evening, is a huge accomplishment. So we want to have some big cheers for our students who are being recognized tonight. At this time, I would like to turn it over to our academic services team, who are a lot of the behind the scenes to get all of this in place. So Mrs. Rebecca Bykowski, who's our coordinator of academic services, she helps us to put all of these events together, and our director, Mrs. Carol Coburn. So I will turn it over to them.
All right, thank you parents for coming out tonight to support your students. Thank you students for being here tonight so that we can award you and celebrate with you. And thank you for audience members for being here to cheer them on. The first awards that we'll give are for Columbia Middle School. So when you hear your name, if you would come on up, Ms. Bykowski has a certificate for you. And then if you could shake the hands of all of the members that are in the reception line. All right, our first student to celebrate is Madison Henderson. Next, we have Kenneth Broussard. Next, we have Carla Hernandez Martinez. Next, we have Sarah Pineda Quintero. All right, I'm hoping to pronounce this name correctly. Amarani Gonzalez. Amarani Gonzalez. All right, next we have Tabitha Garcia. Next we have Joshua Johnson. Next we have Jasmine Valenzuela. Okay, this next one I'm going to try again. You may have to pronounce your name for me. Saini Ahir. Okay, these are all of our students from Columbia, so let's give them another round of applause. Okay, our next school that we're going to celebrate is Eagle Ranch. So do I have Cruz Cox in the audience? And Madison Aranda. Our next school will be El Mirage. We have Axel Dennis Mogollon. Did I say that? Our next school will be George. Gabriel Aguiar. Mia Moreno. Noah Roberts. Congratulations. Dominic Oros. Our next school will be Gus Franklin. We have Emma Martinez Henriquez. Our next school will be Melva Davis. We have Stephanie Iriada Abarca. How do you say your last name? All right, and we have Noah Diaz Platero. Next, we have Maya Harris. Next, we have Brian Lee. Our next school will be Morgan Kincaid. We have Rosemary Valencia. We have Caitlin Keck. Our next school will be Ted Vick. We have Gerardo Zamudio. We have Anthony Rodriguez Butler. And our last school that we will celebrate will be in Victoria McGaffin. We have Aiden Garcia Renteria. Let's go ahead and give all of our science fair winners one more round of applause. We thank them for their hard work, and parents, thank you for your hard work. If we could all kind of squish in for the picture, please. Squish in for the picture.
Okay, so at this time, we'll take about 10 minutes for photos. Cake, take the cake. Take the cake.
Anime.
Do not leave cake, please. Okay. So I'm going to start the timer. 10 Wait, does the board want to say something? No, I think we're good. They're halfway out the door. Okay, 10 minutes. All right, we all got to get back to our seats and get back to work. Okay, so we are now moving on to 4 staff reports and presentations. Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President Stewart. At this time, we have our SIPSA presentations for Mesa Linda Middle School and West Creek Elementary. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Dwyzon, Academic Services.
All right. Good evening, Board President Stewart, Board of Trustees, AESD staff, and community. Tonight, we close out our school plan for student achievement presentations, otherwise known as SIPSAs, for all schools tonight. Closing us out this evening, I'm honored to introduce our 2 schools presenting their SIPSAs to our board and community this evening. Tonight, we will begin with Mrs. Kelly Boeing, Assistant Principal of Instruction at Mesa Linda Middle School, and Mr. Howard Correra, Principal of West Creek Elementary, closing us out this evening. They have each prepared an overview of the work they have been doing, some key results on student achievement, and also some next steps. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Boeing.
Hello. So good evening, Board President, Board of Trustees, and AESD staff and community. I'm Kelly Boeing, Assistant Principal, one of the Assistant Principals for Mesa Linda, and I'm here to go over our SIPSA with you. So we're going to follow the same format as some of the other ones you guys have been seeing, just going over our basic plan, some of our historical and our current data, our 6-goal overview, and then some of the things that we're doing, our actions and strategies to meet those needs, and then our closing and next steps. So Mesa Linda Middle School is 6th, 7th, 8th grade and 726 students. And you can see that our student group is very similar to the other middle schools within the district. Very similar demographics. We have 82% socioeconomically disadvantaged, 14% English learners, which I'm going to touch a bit on tonight because we have some big celebrations there. And then 17% with students with disabilities. 30% of our students are African American. We have some really big wins in that area as well. 56% Hispanic and 5% white. Get that one. Okay, so just to go over some of the basics, I'm not going to go over the slides in great detail because they are right in front of you, but I do want to highlight some of our positive things. We have had some tremendous growth within our 6th grade. If you guys can see here, our ELA growth in 6th grade has gone up. We have gone up, let's see, 4 or 5% since last year. We have grown in math since last year, and overall in our science, which was tested in 8th grade, we have grown for the past 3 years that we've been collecting that information. So we have experienced a lot of growth, but it does highlight some of the areas that we do want to focus in on where we've spent some of our SIPSA money. Next one, please. So if we look at our student groups, our breakdown, one of the ones that, again, I wanted to talk about and celebrate a little bit is our English learners. We have experienced growth within our English learners and their success on the CAP score. 3 years ago, they were only 2% at proficient and above. We are now at 4%, so we've doubled that in 3 years. We have every intention of continuing to grow in that department. We have a really, really strong EL department, and I'm going to go into that again in greater detail in just a minute. In our ELA scores, our African American population has also experienced growth over the past 3 years. We've gone from almost 4% to almost 7% highly proficient. So there are some celebrations there as well. McKinney-Vento, last year, unfortunately, we were at a 0%, but this year, or last year, we jumped all the way up to a 7.4. So there was some tremendous growth there as well. We have had a lot of growth, and we do attribute it to some of the things that we've been putting in place within the classroom, having some focus on helping students get the support classes that they need in order to become more proficient. Our African American population has actually grown in ELA, math, and science over the past 3 years. Our foster youth and Hispanic have grown in science. So again, we've had some really, really positive things that have been happening at Mesa Linda, and our goal right now is to just continue that growth by utilizing some of these things that we're going to talk about in the SIPSA. So one of the things that we're using as an indicator, because the state scores only come out obviously once a year, we've been utilizing our iReady data and looking at where our kids are at. We have them come in and initially take that diagnostic test to see where they're at as far as in their English skills and their math skills. And then from there, we get them the support that they need and lessons that they need in order to become more proficient in those standards that they might be lower or weaker at. So if you look at these scores right here at the beginning of the year, that's what they took when they first came in. So we had 2% that were mid above grade level. When we just recently tested them here in January, we jumped up to 4%. So yes, we want that number higher, but we are celebrating the fact that we did double our mid and above grade level. So that's again, a cause for celebration. Our early or on grade level, we went from 5% at the beginning of the year, and now we're at 8%. So again, we are seeing those growths. And then if we look down at math has, let's see, we are 1% at the beginning, now we're at 4%. So we are experiencing those growths, and we are celebrating with our staff members because this is based on the work that they're putting in within their classrooms, within their support classes. So overall, some of our data conclusions, there has been a slight increase in our standard met in math. One of the things that we're really excited about is being able to use this iReady, where before we were asking teachers to really get in there and getting that data on their own. With the iReady program, a lot of these reports can be pre-built, and we're able to focus more attention not on just creating the report, but focus more of the attention on what is it that our kids need in order to get them to standards. So it's a better utilization of the teacher's time. We do realize that there is that still continued need for us to focus on those academic outcomes. What is it that's going to push our kids even further? So we are looking at that. And then with our LPAC, we are, again, experiencing a lot of really incredible things. And I'm going to jump a little bit out of order because I keep talking about this, but I'm so excited I have to share right now. So out of order, I apologize. On Monday, we had our FPM review where the state came in, California Department of Education, and they wanted to look at our EL classes and our kids, how we're supporting them, how we're getting them what they need. So we had these members that we walked around our campus, and multiple times they commented on how awesome our campus was, and the kids were in class. You guys can quote me on this. I'm not making this up. We had an amazing, amazing review. The guy even said, the reviewer that came in said that Mesa Linda is a type of school that should be watched by other schools as a model school. I want that stitched on a pillow or a t-shirt or a coffee mug because it's something to celebrate. It's something to be really excited about because somebody coming in from this, CDE up from Sacramento is coming to Mesa Linda and loving what they see and sharing that. So of course I had to do a little Irish jig and sing the praises and bring flowers for Ms. Ortiz because she runs an incredible program. And it's she's very, very inspiring, but it's not just her. We have an amazing staff. All of our other teachers are using the differentiation within the classroom. They're using different tools that are not only helping our EL kids, it's just really good first practice. It also helps our English, not just the English language learners, but also our kids that might have disabilities, kids who have audio processing issues, all different types of things that might make it more challenging for them to learn in a standard classroom. Our teachers are aware of that, and they're teaching with many different modalities. So there's lots of things to be excited about. So again, it'll come up again because I'm really excited. So, but I'm going to next one. Okay, so this is our goal, strategy, and actions. Okay, so what are the things that we're doing? What is it that's helping to move the mark for Mesa Linda? One of the things that we've really focused this year on is bringing AVID back to Mesa Linda. It was here before, but we are having a resurgence. We are bringing it back because we have seen the positive effects that AVID has on our students. So AVID, if you're not familiar with it, it's how are we going to get our kids to college when they might be a first year or a first generation college goer. So it's giving them all those supports that they might need, teaching them how to take notes, how to go back to their notes, how to utilize their notes. It's not just writing them down the first time, but it's actually going back to them and looking at them again. So this is something that not only are we bringing back as a class, but we're teaching these strategies throughout all of the classes. So even if you are not an avid student or in an avid class, you're learning about avid note-taking strategies. So that's been a really powerful thing. Again, we are just starting this year with our 6th graders. Next year, we are advancing it to our 7th graders, and then the following year, we will have it for our 8th graders. We are really excited about where it's going. We've, again, already seen some really positive things. We had our AVID coordinator from the AVID team come in, watch our classes, and she sings our praises. We've got an incredible 6th grade team that's going on right now. So part of our goal 1 for the English language arts strategies. When I get excited, I talk really fast. Micro Machine Guy was my dad. But when we brought AVID in to support English, we knew that we weren't doing it just 6th grade, not just for these couple of classes, but we wanted to do it all the way across the board. So we are having AVID training to all of our teachers. So that's how we're utilizing some of that money. It's not just to train 2 teachers, but all of our teachers. We are bringing in instruction personnel. We are bringing in more pairs to help support in classes to help keep those numbers a little bit lower so that we're able to do smaller group work with our students. We're providing elective intervention. So if a student is performing below grade level in English, one of their elective classes becomes an English support class. And that class is devised to help them go back and get to those strategies that they might not be getting the first time around to help get that support that they might need. And then we're also having iReady come in and train our staff on how to go through and pull those necessary reports. So that is just a small snippet of what we're doing for English. Next one. Okay, so with math, we are doing something very similar. With math, we also have the math support class. So if a student is performing below grade level in math, they will go into a math support class, and it'll help them focus on those standards that they're missing wherever they're behind. It helps to kind of rebuild whatever structures they might have missed. I do want to note that we do not want to have our kids in an English support and a math support. We want them to still have what we call quote unquote fun elective, because that's the good stuff. So our support classes are fluid. So if a kid takes their iReady and they're bringing up their scores and now they're at grade level, we're not going to keep them in a support class when they're at grade level. We'll move them over into the math one. So it's a very fluid model in order to help support our kids. We are also offering tutoring before school, after school for all grade levels and all subjects. Let's see, we are bringing in supplemental materials, bringing in things to help support our kids in those support classes so that they're not maybe just necessarily working out of just their books. They also will get like different flashcards, different things of that nature so that they're getting those, the different modalities. Okay. So for our English learners, we are doing a lot in this area. Like I said, lots to celebrate in this area. Some of those things are having our teacher, Ms. Ortiz, go to the CABE, C-A-B-E, conference. Sorry, there it is. Having to go to the conference and kind of bring back all the newest, latest, and greatest different things to help support our kids. We have had quite a few kids who have been reclassified and redesignated this year. And then we also want to be able to support those kids. So once they are reaching those levels or getting the 4 on their LPAC test, they are able to get their grade level up where they need it to be, and then they get reclassified, celebrating those wins for them because it's a lot of work for our kids. So we have field trip opportunities for them where we're going to have language immersion development. So one of the ideas that we're going to send to you guys to get approved first, of course. But we want to have them be able to go to Alvaro Street and be able to use of that language immersion. We are providing professional development for our staff. So it's not just what is Ms. Ortiz doing in her class, but what are all of our teachers doing in all of their classes to help support ELD learning. So we are also getting an instructional para to help support Ms. Ortiz as well. And I jumped around a little bit on that one, sorry, but I think we're good on that one now. Okay, so for special education, we are doing a lot of kind of the same things to help support our kids, is just trying to get them at or above grade level. So we are doing things like providing that tutoring before school and after school. Our students who are in special education have either the life skills or the study skills classes, and in those classes, they are getting the support that they need, whether it's in English, whether it's in math, whether it's in science. They're getting direct support from their teachers in order to help get at grade level. We are bringing in more paras to help support the teachers within those classrooms so that they're able to do a lot more small group work, which we know works really well for our students. Let's see, bringing in supplemental materials to help support them. And then, let's see. Oh, bringing in different interventions, manipulatives, and/or learning aids. So one of the things that we talked about is how else can we help our students? How can we think outside of the box to bring them something that they might not have or have had before? So this is one thing that I've talked to my SAI teachers about is what is it that you can utilize in your classroom that you don't already have? Things like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the, I'm totally gonna blank on the name of it right now, but it's like a special pin and they can drag it across and it will actually do a translation form. So this would be more like for the EL, but they have it also for students who maybe more visually impaired or have issues reading something, like if they're dyslexic, different types of tools that they can utilize in their classroom. So I'm asking for those kind of ideas from our teachers. I apologize, it just wants me to be done now. Oh, dang it, there it goes, okay. Nope, it wants me to be done. So the next goal is for chronic absenteeism and suspension strategies, metrics, and allotments. So some of the things that we're doing is for chronic absenteeism is bringing in support to help us kind of get those kids to school. We know that there's always going to be a certain number of students who are not able to make to school, but the goal is to really reach out and figure out why. What is preventing it? Does it have to do with busing? Does it have to do with waking up on time? Does it have to do with something that we can intervene on so that we can get our kids to school? We know that when we get them to school, that's how they're going to find success. So we are bringing in a person to deal specifically with those students and how do we get to that point that they're not missing anymore, that they are no longer chronic because whatever is hindering them is no longer in the way. So one of the things that we're also doing is bringing in more security. The reason we're doing this is because we really want to set the tone and we want to set the climate on our campus for a safe place to learn and a safe place where they want to be, where they enjoy being. And part of this is knowing that they are looked after and they're safe and they're cared for. So having additional security on campus, not only does it give adults peace of mind, but it gives kids peace of mind because it's another adult that they can talk to. It's another person that they can open up to. If you come to the Mesa Linda campus in the morning, you'll know where all the security guards are because there's usually a group of kids around them. The kids enjoy having conversations with our security guards. So bringing more of them in is really a perk because it's one more adult that these kids are making connections with. Another one is a behavior interventionist. And this person is to help support students who are currently struggling with behaviors. We have an amazing person who has stepped into that role right now who does small group work with a lot of our kids. Middle school is this really cool time where they're kind of learning the ins and outs and the things that are okay at school and not okay at school. Sometimes they still have some of the elementary school quirks, but now they have the bigger middle school ways of dealing with it, which aren't always the best. So what we're doing is we're trying to sit down and work with them and kind of work through these growing pains and give them an opportunity to be heard by the person that they're having issues with. A lot of times when a kid fights, it's like, okay, well, you guys just both go home your separate ways and then that's that. Unfortunately, when that's that, then they come back and there's still an issue. But when we have them come back and they have a discussion and they say, hey, when you did this, it really hurt me that way. When you did this, I was really bothered because of that. But when they come back, having that discussion is what helps prevent any further issues from going on. So having that support person is so incredibly powerful in making sure that we get the campus the way that the campus needs to be. Provide social emotional supports and opportunities for students to participate in leadership assemblies, mentorships, and vetted vendors. So one of the things that we did at the end of the first quarter, we're getting ready to pull all the information for second quarter, is we wanted to acknowledge all of the kids who are doing what they need to be doing every single day. The ones who are getting here every single day, the ones who are not having any tardies to class, the ones who are completing their assignments, getting their grades up. Our kids who got reclassified, our kids who maybe are not the ones who are always going to get, and when I say reclassified, I mean for the LPAC, sorry. The kids who maybe they don't have perfect grades or they don't have perfect attendance, but a teacher's really seen a change in them. So we did an assembly with those students where we recognized them. There was a food truck that came. They gave out free athletic balls, all kinds of really cool, fun stuff where, you know, of course we acknowledge the ones that are kind of expected, like the perfect attendance and grades. but then also the ones who maybe didn't always get that recognition. Like, hey, I've seen a real turnaround in you lately. So that was a really cool, positive experience for our kids as well. And then for our last one, parent engagement. This is a big part for us. Elementary school is, sometimes I don't know if they know how lucky they are with the parental involvement, because by the time kids get to middle school, the parents aren't as involved as much. And we really struggle and we really try to get that parental involvement because we believe that if we keep that line of communication open between ourselves and our parents, that we're able to keep that bridge going between school and community. And a lot of the issues that may arise can be brought back down because we have that communication. So we have spent a lot of time in developing these relationships with our parents, so much so that when we had our FPM come and California Department of Education was there, they wanted to hear from our LPAC parents. They wanted to hear from them. And we were really nervous because this was one day after the Stay Home Monday. And one day after all of these, all the new legislation was coming out as far as immigration is concerned, and we were nervous that we weren't going to get parental involvement. Our parents showed up. Our parents were there because we have a relationship with our parents, and we both know that even if there's times when we're not seeing eye to eye, at the end of the day, we're all there to help the kids, and they wanted to be there to help support their kid and support the school. So we do have a lot of things in place to get the parental engagement up, and so far it's been working, and we're really proud of it. So go to the next one. So we have a lot to be proud of at Mesa Linda. I know that sometimes our reputation may not be the best part, but I think that this is where we need to come in and say, but look at what we are doing. Look at the good and look at the celebrations and look at all these positive things. Look at all the growth that we're experiencing. Look at all the things that our kids are doing. We got the PBIS silver recognition. We are introducing our esports lab, helping our kids become competitive with other students in the high desert that have this esports system already in place. We have the Avid implementation, which is huge for our kids, and it's given our kids a leg up. We've got some incredible things going on in the school, and I would encourage you guys, whenever you're feeling up to it, if you guys want to come by and see all the celebrations that we have, we would love to have you. So, thank you. Oh wait, one more thing. Actually, a couple. But I did want to also say that with our ELD stuff, we are having Ms. Ortiz being recognized by County Superintendent of Schools at the multilingual celebration that's put on by the county in April, where even San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools knows that there's some incredible things happening. So, but I just wanted to share that part as well. So, okay. Any questions?
We wait till you both do it. Yeah.
I'm just ready to go.
Trust me with that. Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'll trust you with it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Wait.
It's this one, yeah. Okay. And then when I do this, then you'll come on next. Yeah. Good evening, Board, President Stewart, Dr. Walker, Cabinet, and board members. We are pleased to be here tonight to present our SIPSA presentation for student achievement. I'd like to welcome and greet all of you present tonight and makes a special shout out to my colleague who has been a great addition to the West Creek team. Ms. Sherlyn Hansen, our assistant principal, thank you for your support this year. Next. Tonight we will provide an overview of our school plan for student achievement. We will go over CASP data as well as iReady data in English language arts and math. Thanks. For the 2024-25 school year, we have 499 total students enrolled. Our Hispanic population is 63%, our white population is 5%, African American population 21%, economically disadvantaged 65%, English learners 14%, special needs 20%, foster youth 5%, and McKinney-Vento 2% of our population. Next. I'll begin with going over some West Creek Elementary highlights for this school year. We have chosen a few pictures that tell of events that promote student reading goals, professional development in the areas of early literacy, as well as SEL, PBIS, staff PLCs, and iReady data discussions around reading and math. This February, we will also have our data chats with individual teachers first and grade levels later on this year. Our focus will be individual classes first to ease the anxiety level of teachers. This year, we will continue with professional development in the areas of setting the stage for writing narrative. Using our thinking map coaches will enable our teachers to continue implementing strategies that are built in from one year to the next. Our second plan included professional development for our TK through fifth grade teachers using Heggerty, early literacy reading strategies. This year, we have developed a teacher intervention daily routine in the area of English language arts and math this year. Through multi data points, our teachers will continue to meet with our intervention team and PLCs and use collaboration time to group students in appropriate groups. Next. Our school data grade levels, our West Creek CAS data, we have highlighted areas of growth, overall increasing in both English language arts, math, and science. We are very proud of our third and fourth grade. They had a significant increase from 2022-23 school year to 2023-24 school year. Next. Student groups, moving on to West Creek CAP scores for our subgroups. Overall increase for all students. However, we need to continue working with our English learners who decreased from 2022-23 school year to 2023-24 school year in English language arts. Our Hispanic group increased in both English and language arts and math. Our African American group increased in both English language arts and math. West Creek will continue developing our intervention teachers and ELD routines where students attend small group intervention teachers and ELD routines where students attend small group intervention and instruction outside of class, and teachers are required to provide ELD instruction in small groups in their own classroom using supplemental materials. Next, we will look at iReady data from the mid-year 2023-24 school year to the beginning of this year 24-25 school year. As we move forward with iReady and teachers become more confident with its implementation and are able to better utilize all of the support features in place, we will see significant growth. Looking at the data, we see scores increasing from mid-year to the end of the year in both ELA and math. Taking into consideration the beginning of the school year, we typically see a dip in scores as our students transition back from summer to in-class instruction. However, we will use these scores from the beginning of the school year as a baseline to increase growth as our students receive daily instruction. As we analyze the data, we see a significant number of students who are scoring 3, 2, or 1 levels below. We are confident that with the teacher intervention support in place, these groups will improve. Keeping in mind that the iReady diagnostic assessment will place each student on a pathway of learning that will focus on the area of need and provide our students with lessons addressing those particular standards. Thanks. In conclusion, our CASP and iReady data indicate some areas of strength, improvement, and goals. In the area of strength, we see for CASP a significant growth with third grade in math and ELA over the last 2 years. For our subgroups, we have African American and Hispanic subgroups showing growth in math. In iReady, we have the potential to keep making progress throughout the year. In the area of improvement, we can do better in both math and science, as well as improvement for our English learners. iReady will continue to monitor data shown in my path lessons for all students. Our goals are to continue increasing in ELA and math by 5 points under met or exceeded. reclassify more English learners, provide more SEL support for our foster youth, and excuse me, and more academic support for all using formative assessments, data to improve the quality of instruction. Next. Here are some pictures of events that make us very proud and show how West Creek is working together as a team to strive for higher success for all. We have our ELAC committee in action. In the area of PBIS, I am proud to announce that we reached the platinum level this year with a team full of parents, certificated, and classified staff. We also have our students leading the charge with our student store. Students can exchange their Pirate Praise tokens for rewards and incentives for excellent behavior. On the following slide, we will look at our SIPSA goals and action planning that will help support student success. Goal 1, the school will have data chats with teachers, implement a school-wide ELA multi-tiered system of support to address the academic needs of all students. Continue to analyze iReady data along with CASP, ELA, and benchmarks using Reading Wonders, Haggerty, phonemic awareness strategies, intervention teachers, supplemental materials, coaching, and training, to name a few, will help us target individual student needs. Next. Goal 2. The school will have data chats with teachers, implement a school-wide math multi-tier system of support to address the academic needs of all students. Continue to analyze Go Math assessments, iReady data, along with CASP, math, and benchmarks. Using intervention teachers, touch math strategies, supplemental materials, coaching, and training, to name a few, will help us target individual student needs. Thanks. Goal 3, West Creek will continue to provide professional development and provide training on instructional strategies to integrate ELD across the curriculum. We will monitor student progress via data chats, facilitate ongoing discussions regarding reclassification criteria, and use of formative assessments. Thanks. Goal 4, West Creek will continue to provide professional development, training on instructional strategies, and coaching to support students with disabilities. The West Creek SPET team consists of an RSP teacher, 5 SDC teachers, and speech that helps support the online speech therapist. Our Gen Ed teachers work closely with special education teachers to mainstream students, and IEP goals are met. Next. Goal 5, West Creek will focus on creating a positive environment that fosters a culture where all students feel valued and safe. Through our AERIS analytics, PBIS lessons, positive phone calls, parent training, counselors, and working closely with families, we will hopefully address those barriers for attendance. Our monthly parent meetings are always reminding our parents the importance of attendance. We look at data that helps us understand how we can better support our students who are struggling with behavior. We then use specific strategies such as check-in, check-out, rewards, positive incentives, discipline data, and we assign mentors to work directly with our Tier 2, Tier 3 students. Next. Goal 6, at West Creek, we are very proud to mention that in many of these goals, we have met them and surpassed the number of parents attending our family nights. Parent volunteers, back to school night, and our number are increasing for other committees. We are very excited to bring this spring the PK program to West Creek. We are actively foster strong parent relationships by inviting our parent volunteers to participate during and after school activities. We believe that enough multiple opportunities for involvement and creating partnerships with our community, our students will have a better chance to succeed. In closing, thank you for our amazing teachers and staff this year. Thank you, board and cabinet, for all your support. And I would like to have a special shout out for Dr. Walker, who came to visit me, and I will never forget that when I was in ICU this year. And Dr. Duisen for always checking up on me um, through my healing process. And Mr. Fresta, our beloved teacher, who we love and care for. You are in our thoughts and prayers, my friend. And a quote by John Maxwell, dear to my heart: children don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Thank you.
Okay, board, do you have questions or comments? Go ahead.
Alrighty, I will kick us off tonight. I want to say thank you to both of you as we really appreciated your presentations. Howard, welcome back. I'm so happy to see you back in good health and here with us tonight. I want to highlight your scores. They're doing phenomenal, and the increases in the CASP were truly amazing to see coming out of West Creek. I do want to say that I think your plan for parent engagement and bringing it up is one that we can really see some success. I want to say to Miss Boeing, I hear you've taken a lot over there at Mesa Linda, and I appreciate your dedication and your hard work over there. It's definitely one for the numbers. One thing that does concern me, though, with it is your goals 1 through 5 have kind of questionable metrics. I'm not quite sure if you created this yourself either. So don't, take the reflection at all. But the metrics are concerning because I'm reading over it, and iReady and CASP for all of goal 1. We've got iReady and CASP for all of goal 2. We've got iReady and CASP and LPAC for goal 3 on the metrics. And I'm just kind of curious on, and then goal 4, iReady and CASP. And then goal 5, iReady, CASP, and IEP. I'm just kind of wondering if these are the metrics that would be the most successful in our gauging and our ranging for seeing if our goals are being met. And so that's really just the comments that I have tonight. But once again, I do want to thank both of you for your hard work, your dedication. I know you both have had one heck of a year. And thank you for hanging in there with us.
Okay, Trustee Kraus.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Good evening. Thank you for those presentations. I'll start with West Creek. Great presentation. I've always appreciated the work that the staff do at West Creek. You mentioned the testing, and again, this week starts our LPAC testing in the district. So we're excited. We want to support all of our students and families that are engaging in the LPAC testing district-wide this week. You also mentioned AERIES, and I wanted to give a shout out to our technology team, because AERIES is now in the cloud as of this past Saturday. So I want to say thank you to Mr. Sinatra and his team for helping all of us in the district with AERIES, not only staff, but our students and families as well. And hopefully we can monitor that attendance, as you mentioned, Mr. Guerrera, on improving our attendance at West Creek and all of our schools. So we're excited about that. As far as Mesa Linda, thank you again for your presentation. I appreciated hearing you talk about security. Increasing security for our students as well, because that's a very important factor. This past week, Mesa Linda, by the way, middle school is in trustee area 1, of which I am the trustee of, and there were 4 lockdowns on 4 days of this past week, and I wanted to let the staff and students and families know that I was monitoring that every day and keeping up with what was going on. And again, this is a great time for me to again request that the board consider bringing back a school resource officer with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department for Mesa Linda, as another way of safety for all of our staff and students over there. So hopefully there will be funding potentially found as we look to increase the safety. But again, students can't learn if they don't feel safe. We've known this for years. And so I was glad to hear you shout out about that. And then all the other great accomplishments of the staff and the students over there. Great job. So hopefully that continues. And with that, that's my comments. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, Trustee La French.
My glasses on, I can see and hear and talk all at the same time. So I do want to say, first I'll start off with Mesa Linda.
the passion that you have in your voice and the way that you describe Mesa Linda. I will make sure that you know that I get to Mesa Linda soon. I have to, it's going through my head about what vacation day I will take. But when you have that kind of passion that just oozes out anytime that you say something, and yeah, I talk fast too. When you talk with excitement, then you tend to talk faster. But I'm happy and excited for you, for Mesa Linda, and to hear someone speak without the negativity. I live next to Mesa Linda, and I know that, you know, I had a daughter that went to Mesa Linda, that sometimes you do get a reputation that may not always be correct. Sometimes people, not we, people will focus on negative things, that may be one or two things, but the school in its entirety is completely different. And it's very nice to hear someone speak with such oozing passion and speak so highly about Mesa Linda, and someone coming out and giving you those kudos and telling you that Mesa Linda should be a place that other people should come and see to see what goes on there. That thank you, and I appreciate you telling us tonight. I do. For Mr. Howard, welcome back. Thank you. Miss Sherry Lynn, I always felt that, you know, would be a great team member for you. And I'm happy to hear all the things that are going over at West Creek. And I look forward to coming out to visit you guys as well. Your scores have changed phenomenal. They are great scores. And whatever you're doing, continue to do. I know that you have a passion for West Creek. And I just appreciate you continuing to support and take care of West Creek, and that you have Miss Sherry Lynn over there. Thank you so much to both of you.
Trustee Soto?
I just wanted to echo the sentiments of the fellow trustees. Thank you for being here and thank you for your time.
Just real quickly, Mrs. Bowen, you made me real excited about Mesa Linda, and the things that are going on. And I'm always hopeful that the kids get the school that they deserve, you know, the education and the love. You know, I know it's hard to love middle schoolers. I I've been offered in the past, you know, placement in middle school, and I was like, no, they scare me. To be honest, so I have great respect for the staff at our middle schools, and I look forward to the great changes that will come at Mesa Linda. Thank thank you. And Mr. Carrera, I looked at the scores and I was like, am I seeing this right? I mean, I really thought it was a typo at first. I was like, am I seeing this? But I am so impressed with those scores, and those third graders are kicking butt. They need to, you need to tell the fifth graders what happened. What happened? You know, you're being outshined. So they did phenomenal, and that, of course, is the staff, the kids, and the parents. I think you have a great thing going on there, and we're all so blessed that you're back. So thank you. All right, so
At this time, we will have, well, first of all, thank you so much for sharing your presentation on your SIPSIS, and we appreciate you. Next, we have Academic Services, LCAP Mid-Year Update. Dr. Dwyzon.
Good evening, Board President Stewart, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Walker, and esteemed members of our AESD community. I'm Dr. Dwyzon, Assistant Superintendent of Academic Services, and tonight I will be presenting the annual 24-25 Local Control and Accountability Plan Mid-Year Update, otherwise known as our LCAP. Tonight's presentation will cover the background of the LCAP Mid-Year Update requirement, our latest California dashboard and academic data metrics tied to our LCAP goals, and an update of ongoing actions and current expenditures. Senate Bill 153 amended Ed Code 52062, which requires districts to present a mid-year update on LCAP progress and expenditures on or before February 28th of every single year. This ensures transparency, accountability, and particularly concerning academic outcomes, goals, actions, and expenditures. I will now present our data taken from the California dashboard. So our California dashboard results highlight our growth and the areas for continued focus and support. It is important to note that the state of California uses what's called a growth model, which basically looks at each individual entity, so whether it's the district, whether it's the school, where are you right now, and then the next year, did you make any growth? So it's yes, you still are measured for proficiency, which is one metric, but it's also measured for your distance from standard, which I will go over in a second as well. And that's what helps monitor that growth. So the dashboard uses 5 performance bands ranging from red to blue, with red being the lowest and blue being the highest performance. For this presentation, we'll be looking at 2 different measurements. We'll be looking at proficiency, which is the percentage, and we're also going to look at that distance from standard, which measures how far are our students either below or above where they should be. So there's a middle, I call it like that middle point, and that's the score that we want our students to be. So distance from standard, are we negative, are we below that, or are we above that? This is not the actual presentation, so I'll talk through it because it was supposed to click. So on this particular slide, I'm gonna kind of walk us through it. Is it in presentation mode? No, how do I go back? Okay. No, it's okay. I'll forward through it. So on this is 2022. And so what it was going to do was highlight each box I'm talking about, but that's okay. We'll make it work. So in this particular year, 2022, that was our baseline year. That was the year that we came back from COVID. And so you don't see the red to blue on this particular report. And the reason why is because this was when we first came back, it was considered the baseline. So they used what are called, actually, we call them little cell phone bars on the bottom. And you'll see that 1 is the lowest performance where the red arrow is noting, all the way up to 5, which would be the highest level. So if we take those, we could equate it to that growth model, which is the red all the way to blue. So this particular report, I'm going to walk you through it. So the first column, which is the black arrow, that talks to you about your student groups. Where are your student groups at? The second one is the LP. So what is the progress our students are making in English language proficiency? The next, which is the blue category, talks about our English language arts. The green is the math. The brown is the school climate, which is actually suspension rate. And then the final purple column is pupil engagement. So you'll see within each box, and I'm going to take English language arts, for example. On the top, you see a negative 75.2 distance from standard. That's how far, as a district, in the average, how far we are from, as a district, meeting that mark where we need to be. You'll also see right under that that's the total number of students that were tested. So remember that our academics are grades 3 through 8. And then your school climate actually takes your student population as a whole. And then your chronic absenteeism is your population as a whole. So you'll see across the top or in each of the categories, you can separate those out. Now, we did not have the blue to red, but I want to note that if we were to equate the red and the blue with those bars that you see, back in 2022, there would have been 41 areas in which we were red. Okay, so 41. This is last 2023, and you will see this is where those colors come in. So you are going to see the red bar all the way to blue. So it goes red, orange, yellow, green, and then blue. So again, the same markers across the top, and then you'll see that the distance from standard, you'll see the total number of students, your suspension rate, and your chronic absenteeism go by percentage. Okay, so in 2023, so you'll recall that in the 2022, we had 41 areas in which we are red. In 2023, we dropped to 27. I don't know how to go back now. Yeah. All right. This is this past year, so 2024. So again, the same metrics across the way. But what's important to note is I want to especially give a shout out to our schools who have made tremendous growth. So in 2 years ago, we had 41 areas in the red. At this point in time, we're down to 10. So that shows you each year the steps and the progress that our schools are making, our teachers, our administrators in those classrooms, making a difference with our students to see that growth. Now I'm going to have some data about CAS, but in a different, looking at it a little bit differently. So in this first slide, we have our English language arts, but we're looking at it from our district, our county, and our state. So where are we? If you see a green shaded box, that denotes an area of growth. So for us, for English language arts, and I put both. I put the percentage of proficient, that's the whole testing population, as well as that distance from standard. So we had a very slight movement on both, but again, that growth model gives our schools, it gives our districts the credit for the growth. It takes a lot of work to even move a percentage point, to even move that distance from standard. At the bottom chart, you'll see this is our math. Again, we grew last year in our math, went from 11.11% proficient to 13.11. Distance from standard dropped, which is what we want, from 115.3 to 107.7. These are our science. We've actually grown in science the last 2 years. So we started off in that baseline year at 10.44. We grew to 11.64 and then 12.43. This is just in looking at our elementary schools, and it looks like it's a little cut off at the top, but we have English language arts is kind of the first block. Then you have math, and then you have science. So I just want to give a shout out actually to our Gus Franklin team, who across the board, each and every year, and these are in order of where they scored, in every area, they are ranking first. And actually, if you look at Gus Franklin, how close they are to that distance from standard. So they're actually at this point in time negative 0.1. So they're almost there. From yes. I do see some Gus team members in the house, so that's a huge goal. We look to Gus, and we want to make sure that what the practices that they're doing and putting in place, we want to make sure that we replicate those best practices because they are getting recognition. And I can give you the exact breakdowns, but they are some of the highest in our county. Actually, I think the last slide was language arts. This is, I don't have my title. So this is math. Oh, I don't see it up here. Okay, so this is math. Again, Gus Franklin at the top. But if you notice all the green for the last 2 years, again, those denote the growths that we are making for our schools. This last slide is for science. Again, the growth, the green areas. Now they're green, they might be percentage, they may have grown by percentage, they may have grown by distance from standard, or both. It is possible to have one without the other. These are our K through 8 and our middle schools and our alternative program. This is for English language arts. This is our math. Again, shouting out George and Melva Davis for their work, and all of our schools for that growth in math in this category. Especially to note, our alternative programs, our ISP and HOPE, went from 1.09 to 4.65. And these are our science on this particular slide. Again, highlighting the green, showing all of the growth that our schools are making. This next slide talks to language arts for our surrounding districts. This is where we are. We went ahead and made sure to highlight if that district had a growth or didn't grow, but we wanted to make sure that you had a complete picture and snapshot from 2022 to 2023. And then for math, it's also, we also want to note the percentage of which you grew. So a district may have been at the highest, but our district actually is one of the ones that grew, if you look at percentages, just about 2% growth, which is higher than a lot of our surrounding districts. This is for science. And then just a few highlights and celebrations. So we grew 1.5 distance from standards in ELA. We maintained proficiency from prior year in ELA. So if it's a maintain, you don't really get points. They consider it kind of you're stagnant. So you don't get like growth points, but you didn't drop. So they still acknowledge that. We had 9 out of 15 schools show growth in ELA last year. We grew 7.6 points in math with distance from standard. We went from negative 115.3 to negative 107.7. We grew in proficiency. We had 14 out of 15 schools show growth in math, and 11 out of 15 schools showed growth in science. I also want to give a shout out to some schools, which is this in and of itself is a huge accomplishment. We had 4 out of our 5 schools who are considered CSI or Comprehensive School Improvement move out of CSI. So 4 out of 5 schools. So Ted Vick, Westside Park, Columbia Middle School, and Mesa Linda Middle School, for their growth, all moved out of CSI. I also want to highlight our chronic absenteeism, which our academic services team has been working very hard on. We are out of the red. So red we try to get out of because those red marks show and put you in what's called differentiated assistance, which is how much we actually would get support from the county, sometimes even the state. So we are out of the red for 2 years in a row for chronic absenteeism. And you'll see why. So in 2021-22, we were 50.2% of our students were not coming to school. Last year, it dropped to 45.1, and this past year, 35%. So in the last 2 years, we've dropped 15.2% of our chronic absenteeism. We brought 15.2% more students back to school regularly. So student groups in the red. So we did talk about this. We went from 41 groups in the red to 27 to 10. We are actually on target. So they changed differentiated instruction this year where you have to show growth and make growth for 2 years in a row before you can get out of it if you're identified. So we're actually on target to drop out of differentiated assistance in 6 areas if we maintain this growth. That's our English learners, our foster youth, our homeless, our socioeconomic students, African American, and Hispanic. So all of those student groups are on target to be exited from differentiated assistance. The last part just talks about if we were in that old model of differentiated assistance, basically, if you're in the red, you're looking at student groups, if you're in the red in 2 or more areas, you're identified as differentiated assistance for that student group. So this year we actually have a brand new one, which is 2 or more races. So because they identify as having dropped and in the red for English language arts, math, and suspensions, that's 3 different areas. So they're newly identified as differentiated assistance. So we are making sure that we put efforts toward that. So just a quick look at our iReady, which is our local assessment. So we have the state assessment, but the local assessment is the one that lets us know all year long, how are we doing? Where are our students? What do we need to do? What do we need to work on? So our iReady indicator, so you're going to see 2 different lines here. So the very bottom kind of shaded out kind of line was our beginning of the year target. Where are our students in English language arts? Where are they? So you'll see at the beginning of the year in Q1, we were at 16%. In Q3, when we took this is not even at the end of the year yet, we've already grown 9% of our students in the green, which is at grade level or above. But we also, when you're looking at these, you also want to look and say, how much did I move out of the red? How much did we move into the yellow or the green? And so you'll see that we went from 53% at the beginning of the year to 42% at mid-year of our students in the red. So that's excellent growth for our students. And then at the bottom, it just tells you the different domains which are present. This next slide shows math, again, going from 5% to 15%. That's a 10% growth. And then we dropped from the red from 60% to 45%. So just a couple of quick highlights. I think I should actually share them as we go. Yes. In reading, 37% of students have already met their typical growth goal. So you get, when a student first takes the test, they get what's called a typical growth. So if they were to continue on that path and on that journey, they typically would score at that particular level by the end of the year. So that's called their typical growth. But there's also a stretch growth. So if a student goes far beyond that, and they show amazing progress, they can grow beyond their typical growth. So we already have 13% of our students have already met their stretch growth goals. In math, 29% of students have already met their typical growth goal, 9% have already met their stretch growth. Individual teachers and students are seeing amazing growth. And so this is just a couple of examples. So in this first example, we have a student who scored in the 4th grade at the beginning of the year, jumped already up to 6th grade. We have a 3rd grade scored at the 5th grade, and we have a 2nd grader going into that 3rd grade. So we are seeing the growth, and we celebrate with our students when they're making these gains and this growth. So lastly, I'd like to talk about our LCAP metrics and expenditures. And so all the data and the metrics, the academic metrics, are important because that is what helps fuel and drive our LCAP. So at this point, and whether it's the metrics and whether it is the expenditures, remember that LCAP is a 3-year plan. So this is the first year of our 3-year plan. So at the end of every year, we do look at how much have we grown? Do we need to adjust any goals? Are there things that we need to add to support? Maybe we're seeing something with great growth from a school and we want to replicate that. So that's when every year we get input from everybody and we can make those adjustments. So sometimes you will see that outcome is unknown because this is the first year. Okay, but majority are in progress. So we're actively working on these goals, and then sometimes we already know the goal. But it'll vary. And then the same thing for our expenditures and implementation. And so LCAP Goal 1, which is academic achievement. On this one, again, this just kind of repeats the information that I gave prior, but anywhere you see a green for that mid-year update denotes a growth. We just had one drop in ELA CASP, and then the status of those are in progress because we're constantly monitoring those. And that continues. We have 9 areas in LCAP 1. Sorry, 12. And so this particular slide shows our actions, what that action is supposed to do, what did we budget for that particular goal, where are we as far as the first interim. So we've actually, these numbers are not like current, but we stop it at first interim. And the reason for that is that's where we're required to report up to. So we're actually a little more beyond these for a lot of these, but we do want to make sure that you know that we are working toward progress in these areas. LCAP Goal 2 is climate and culture. Again, the metrics where we are looking and evaluating, so things like our attendance rate, unexcused absences, monitoring the dashboard at the district, at the school, student group levels. These are the goals and the actions that we have in place and the expenditures. And again, you'll note in progress for these. And then lastly is our LCAP Goal 3, which is our parent, family, community engagement. And you'll see that we are actively making strides to make sure our parents are engaged. And the expenditures and the goals and the actions outlined for these expenditures. So in closing, I would like to highlight a quote by Amanda Gorman. It says, "For there is always light if we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it." We have made much growth and we're not done. We know we have a long way to go. But tonight was about the power of together and the achievements that we can make together for the students that we serve. I want to thank the board, our educators, administrators, teachers who are on the front line every single day, our certificated, our classified parents. I know I'm forgetting someone. Please include yourself in that, everybody. But I want to thank everybody for seeing our children, for seeing the role that we all play in their success and that we can do it together. So we'll continue to make big, bold, and brave strides and together to ensure every student in Adelanto is thriving. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, do you have any questions or comments? Trustee Kraus?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Good evening, Dr. Dwyzon. Thank you for your report on the LCAP. It's great to see over the past several years the improvements going from, I wrote it down, 41 to 10 areas in the red. And I'm proud to say that when I was superintendent of the district, my number one goal was academic achievement in my top three. And so to see those fruits of that labor, along with all of the hard work that the administrators and staff have been doing since that time, is very exciting. So I was happy to see that, and I know that we're on a great path. And I also wanted to shout out to the San Bernardino County Superintendent Schools Office for all of the support they provide to the district and to you and your staff in creating the LCAP, reviewing the LCAP, and then helping with its creation. So again, thank you, Dr. Wise, and to you and your team for presenting the LCAP. Thank you. That's it, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kraus.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Webster?
I will keep my comments brief, but I did want to thank Dr. Dwoizon. Having you head of academic services has really given Adelanto the ability to be bold and take those steps. And I cannot begin to express my gratitude for your leadership and your strength that you've brought to our academic services. So thank you so much.
Okay, Trustee LaFrench?
Thank you, Dr. Dwyzon, for taking the time to go through this. It was like a huge document, right? And if I have any questions, I will ask you one-on-one because I don't want to waste time here. But thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Soto?
Thank you, Dr. Dwyzon. For me, my biggest thing is growth, having that growth mindset, going from 41 all the way to 10 in just a matter of a few years is growth that I'm looking for, and I think that the community is looking for, and so I think that is important to highlight. And as the assistant superintendent for academic services, I'm so proud of the growth that we've made. So congratulations, and I hope to continue to see the growth. I know that we are looking just at the graphs here, we are super behind. But again, what I do want to emphasize is the growth that we've made. So congratulations.
Okay. First, I appreciate the dad. This is going to be a great, you know, bedside read because I like to go through the numbers. I do appreciate the growth. I know I want us to go more because I want to beat the other districts.
So do I.
I know that we can do that, but I do want to, show my appreciation to the teachers, the paras, because I know you're there, boots on the ground, trying to figure out strategies, and I really hope that you have the support you need, and also to the principals, because we blame you when things go awry, and so I know that you've got your stake in the claim, but we all want what's best for the kids, and please, I hope that the district is supporting the school with clear direction and help. So thank you. I don't know why I turned my mic on. Okay, so now we have to go on to 4.03, presentation of fiscal crisis and management assistance team, FICMAT, the audit report.
Thank you, President Stewart.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll have Ms. Gonzalez introduce our speaker for this evening.
Yes, thank you, Board of Trustees. Tonight we were going to have Robbie LeBlanc from FICMAT presenting our report when they had came out in October and November.
All right, thank you. Can you all hear me okay? I've been known to not be able to speak very loud, so just holler if you can't hear me. Thank you so much for allowing us to come out and present the report to you. It's really hard to follow great employees and students who get awards and all of this wonderful data that you've seen. So now we're going to talk about business stuff. It's hard to follow that, but with the idea of growth mindset that Dr. Dwyzen teed up for us, I think we'll get some good information here. My presentation is really more walking through the report. I will highlight a few items. I know you all read it, so not to belabor it through a long presentation. You have a lot of business ahead of you tonight. I'll entertain any questions you have at the end, but just kind of highlight a few items for you to think about. So FICMAT was here 2009. I don't know if any of you were here then. And did a similar report. It was not the same. You cannot compare the two completely, but it was a similar report, a fiscal review that went over the business department and some financial metrics and things like that. This report's a little bit different in that it was more based on operational processes and procedures in business services and human resources, and then looking to see if there are some recommendations that could be made for improved efficiencies or general improvements. Our reports are based on a deficit model. If we reported on everything that you were doing well, I would never leave. We talked to wonderful employees, very open, very candid, and very cooperative. You have a great team here at Adelanto. Having said that, we asked them a lot of questions. They were very honest, like I said, and we went through areas such as budget development and monitoring, position control, payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable, and then in human resources, we looked a lot at job descriptions, as I'm sure you saw in there. So some of the main takeaways from this report is that you'll see some similar recommendations from the last report. I do actually suggest that you read it. It is still an interesting read, and some of those recommendations are repeated. You are far from the only district in the state of California with a lot of these recommendations. Many districts have similar recommendations. We all can have improvements. So there was nothing I think that you found terribly surprising. All of the information came from reviewing your documents and talking to you, some of you, and your employees. So this is really reflecting back to you the information. So some of the main takeaways are, there have been some gaps in leadership over the last few years. I don't think anyone's surprised that that does have an effect on timelines, accuracy of information. I just lost my word. Collaboration between departments. So nobody's surprised by that. I think added on to that, as you brought new people on board into positions, they had to hit the ground running. And the task at hand is the first thing that's due or that's on fire at that moment. So still items will continue to be addressed as time goes on. We did make some recommendations about budget monitoring and timelines for budget development, which again, based on when people came on board this time, it wasn't surprising for us to make recommendations in those areas. The other areas that I want to bring up are just in general across both departments, the lack of what we call desk manuals. I'm sure you're all thinking of those old binders that were so big you sprained a wrist getting them down. However they look these days, usually it's in a shared drive or a number of PDFs here and there that people update. However they look, they're extremely important. They're extremely important for new people coming in, for training, and to make sure that the information is not living in the head of someone who won the lottery and decided to go on their merry way and no one knows how to do anything. I don't think that's a surprise to you all that that's important. I think our IT folks in the audience can attest to the fact that nobody likes to do documentation, but we all like to have it. So, beyond that, cross training was a big thing. Again, the ability to continue business without one person's absence being a major glitch in any of the operations. It's hard enough we certainly can't cross-train all of you to some people, but when you have day-to-day items that are getting done and you have 5 or 6 people, it doesn't make sense that only one person knows how to do the one thing. So we made a number of recommendations there. We did make a few recommendations around updating some board policies. I'm sure that's on your list throughout the year to look at board policies and update. And then really for human resources, we focused on updating job descriptions and desk manuals. I believe I understood that you were having a classification study going on at the same time. My guess is that will lead to updated job descriptions. I'm sure you know how important they are for both recruitment, for managing personnel, for employees to know what they're doing. They are critical. The last item I'll leave you with is that there are a lot of recommendations in the report. A number of them surround internal controls. I'm sure you've heard about these from your auditor. And those are the ones that we would recommend you look at first, because those are the most critical. Beyond that, as was shown tonight in a couple of the reports or the presentations before this one, you can't do it all at once. So you're going to have to look at the recommendations and figure out which ones you're going to tackle first. It sounds like with the classification study, you've got something in the works there with Mr. Shiflett. I know Julie and I have spoken, and there are items that are already happening. So it's just a matter of getting some momentum, making a plan that makes sense, that you can actually do, and get that growth, that improvement over time. So with that, I will address any questions you might have.
Board, do you have any questions? Trustee Kraus?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And first off, thank you for your presentation. I have always been proud to work with Mike Fine and his team as the CBO, Chief Business Officer of School District, over the last 15 years, and then as superintendent. FICMAT is one of the best organizations to come in and do a study, and I appreciate all of the research that was put into this report and presented to the board this evening. I just have 2 comments. The first one is on page 8 of your report. And again, it's not a question, it's just more of a statement from my standpoint as a trustee. To summarize on page 8, it talks about an executive summary. The district has experienced significant turnover at the executive levels of leadership, and that this instability has damaged the organizational culture, fostering mistrust, apathy, and isolation within divisions and departments. And this is FICMAT's words. Frequent leadership turnovers led to inconsistencies in policy implementation. Many district employees expressed apathy towards change or new initiatives, believing that the current leadership here today is unlikely to remain with the district long term. I appreciate you putting that in there, because I was part of that turnover when the board let me go last June. It starts with the Board of Trustees. It does. The turnover of I was the 8th superintendent in 10 years, and I was let go, forced out by current board members on the dais this evening. So I appreciate FICMAT coming in unbiased and neutral and speaking the truth as to what exactly has been going on over the last 17 years in our district. My concern is for our taxpayers. My concern is for our staff and our students. And so I truly hope that as we move forward, that we can address these issues, particularly on page 8 as part of that. And then my next comment, I guess, is not necessarily a question again, but more of a comment. Last January, the board, at the direction of a former trustee, hired Elvin Moman and Ron Williams to conduct the exact same research FICMAT conducted. And they were board approved last January to a cost of $40,000 to our taxpayers, Elvin Moman and Ron Williams. Produced a bogus report, the same report as I, as superintendent, emailed and brought to the board's attention as being full of inaccuracies. And I was concerned that this was a potential payoff. And these gentlemen never answered as to why they produced such a ridiculous report. They were tasked with doing the same thing FICMAT was tasked to doing. As a reward to Elvin Moman, he was board approved last August by current board members at a cost of $74,000 to taxpayers to consult with the superintendent for only 5 months worth of work. Again, I have to ask why that happened. In the same month, the board approved Learning Center Collaborative, who's working with the district for over $100,000 on a no-bid contract and who was already working in Escondido Union High School District, where the acting administrator at the time, Dr. John Albert, brought them in from Escondido Union to do the same thing as what Elvin Moman was hired to do. So apparently we had a friend of a former trustee and a company who was friends with a former acting administrator approved to do the same thing at a cost to taxpayers of close to $200,000. There is something wrong with this picture, and where's the accountability and transparency? Just imagine what this money could have done for our students and staff. So again, I appreciate the report. It's a starting point. I hope that the board seriously looks at the recommendations, takes them to heart, then also realizes that we really need to come together as a board for the sake of our community and really clean house a lot of things that have happened in the past in order for all of us to work together to start healing. Again, that's my comments this evening on this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Board?
No. None. Thank you for your presentation. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much for allowing me to present. The report is public at the termination of this board meeting. It will be posted to our website tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know how to turn this off.
Don't worry.
President Stewart, before we move on, I would like to give an opportunity for Ms. Gonzalez to kind of give an update based upon just the findings that we've had to date and where we are with some of them.
So some of the items that were noted within this report, we have already completed. One was talking about our enrollment and projections in prior years. We had just rolled enrollment and also left them flat. So we've been working with our data team and also looking at how and working with our enrollment services to make sure that our projections are up to date. Also, we've already started meeting with multiple departments. That's already in process. We've already worked with making sure our auditors are coming in. We are adhering to our deadlines. As you know, when I got here in February, we still hadn't closed out the 22-23 federal audit. I'm sorry, not federal audit, but our annual audit. Other areas, we are working with our payroll, we're working with our internal groups. So there's multiple pieces, like Robbie had mentioned, that we were actually working with our departments and putting items in place.
All right. Thank you. All right. Moving on to 5, closed session declarations. We will be taking items 4.002 to 4.04 into closed session. Going on to 6, public testimony before closed session. 6.001, Trustee LaFrench, can you read the blurb, please?
I sure can. Thank you.
Thank you.
The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listens carefully and appreciate input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentations depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add.
Okay,
Thank you.
and just real quick before we start, if you intend to speak, if you could please make sure that you give your speaker form to Mrs. Love A, and not just place it there, because then it may be missed. You know, we're not trying to look and see if somebody came and, you know, filled one out. And also we are asking that when you do speak, that you do not approach the dais. And with that being said, let's start.
Thank you, President Stewart. At this time, we have John Pinkerton.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let's start with ADTA or CSEA.
Thank you.
Pardon me. Good afternoon, good evening. And pardon me for using my phone. My printer isn't working. So, good evening, members of the school board, Dr. Walker, Dr. Dwyzon, Mr. Shiflett, Mrs. Gonzalez, AESD teachers and staff, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. The strength of any educational institution is built upon the well-being of those who serve within it. Teachers, administrators, custodians, bus drivers, and all school employees dedicate their time and energy to nurturing the next generation. Their commitment to our students is unwavering, yet many face financial and emotional burdens due to inadequate health care coverage. Quality health care is a necessity. Without comprehensive, fully funded health care, our educators and staff may find themselves forced to choose between seeking medical treatment and meeting their daily needs. In fact, this situation is a reality for some in our district. This is not only unjust, but also counterproductive to fostering a thriving learning environment. Employees who struggle with untreated medical issues, high out-of-pocket costs, or insurance limitations cannot perform at their best. Our students deserve educators and staff who are healthy, supported, and secure in their well-being. Fully funded healthcare is not merely an investment in our staff, it's an investment in the quality of education we provide. Studies have shown that healthier employees experience lower absenteeism, higher job satisfaction, and increased productivity, benefits that directly impact student success. Moreover, offering competitive healthcare benefits will help us attract and retain top talent, ensuring that our students continue to receive the highest standard of education. It is imperative that we are competitive with the other local school districts. I urge you to prioritize the well-being of our dedicated school employees by advocating for and implementing fully funded healthcare. By doing so, you send a powerful message that we value those who educate and care for our children, and that our district stands as a leader in professionalism, decency, and fairness. Another issue that impacts our students and their success is the reliability of technology and the infrastructures in the classroom. Having phones out of commission is not merely an inconvenience, it's downright dangerous. Our classrooms need reliable internet all the time, not here and there, hit or miss. We want to be successful, and we need the resources if we want to be successful, we need the resources we are supposed to have. Not anything special, just what we're supposed to have. We also have major safety concerns when we can't call for help or, heaven forbid, have to report someone on our campus. I'm sure our physical safety and mental well-being are important to you, our leaders. Please show us, with more than mere words, that you are committed to that. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to the success of our schools and our community. And have a good evening.
Thank you. Is there a representative for CSEA? No. Okay, we're gonna go on to audience members.
Thank you, President Stewart. At this time, we have John Pinkerton. Our next speaker is Sharon Pinkerton. Our next is Angelique Jolly, and she is speaking on behalf of the organization.
I thought Raider spoke.
I'm speaking for myself.
Oh, okay. It just says organization.
Oh, sorry. That was someone did it because I worked up until the time I got here. Hello, welcome. Thank you for having and being here. I'm going to make this quick so I don't get cut off. But I do want to thank Mr. Shiflett for reaching out to me after I emailed him in regards to a topic that we resolved quickly and efficiently. So thank you so much. It makes my job easier as the grievance chair. 2 board meetings ago, Trustee Webster was called out. I don't know, I was here and she had to leave to go back to closed session. And then she came back and stated something about, recusing herself from being in the closed session. So whatever's going on, there's got to be something. We just want to find out to it. She also had talked about 4 items that she wanted on the agenda, which still 4 weeks later are not on the agenda. Reinstate student performances Sorry, it's on my phone and I don't see. Okay, reinstate the student performances at the DO, which tonight was very, very exciting seeing those students up here today. One being my former student from 2 years ago, so that was wonderful. Reinstate Zoom for our public comment period, so we don't have to stay here until 9, 10 o'clock at night waiting for you to come back from closed session. Release the current board legal counsel from their duties, the Atlanta Elementary School District, and hire new legal counsel for the district. Being that there is almost $40,000 in public funds being spent on this PO purchase that was billed in attorney fees, and hire a company to do a legal audit on the district to make sure that there is complete and total transparency. And the other thing, going into closed session, if it is brought up that our president, to help in all aspects between the relationship between the board and ADTA, to have full release time. And I'm going to close it there. So please consider putting those items on the agenda at the next board meeting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lauren Benson, and it's representing herself.
Good evening, President Stewart, Board, Cabinet, and those in the audience and on YouTube. My name is Lauren Benson, and I have taught in AESD for 19 years. The first point that I want to make is that there have been people up here speaking on behalf of ADTA. I want to make it very clear on behalf of myself and a majority of our members that we in no way support Mr. Kraus. We voted as a body overwhelmingly to not support his run for school board. Not only did we not want to support him, but the sentiment of the majority is that we did not trust him and wanted nothing to do with him. Sadly, people in our leadership decided to speak for themselves and not for the majority. Many of us feel he has no business being here. A bit on the same point, be careful who you tie yourself to. Reputations in this district are long running, known by many and not forgotten. You may want to learn a little about the people you ask to support you or speak on your behalf. It honestly doesn't help your case when you have people on your behalf that don't have the best reputation. What is their motivation? Are they manipulated? Are they leaders or followers? I'll just leave the rest of that for you to think about. Next, I want to speak about some ladies that are some of the most professional women I've ever met, our wonderful executive assistants that have been unnecessarily put through the ringer. They have served with the utmost integrity. Over the years, I have worked with all of them in one capacity or another. I spent 6 years on the executive board for ADTA, as well as being a grade level leader and on district committees. I have seen them go through multiple bosses, each boss different and with unique personalities. Some were very easy to work with and speak to, and others not so much. No matter what, these ladies were always gracious, professional, and helpful. They never hesitated to help or assist if they were able to. There is no doubt in my mind, or the mind of many of our employees, that these women were violated. They were forced to work in a hostile work environment. At least a year before this current issue was brought up, even when Mr. Krause was just our CBO, there were already rumblings about him allegedly threatening people and their jobs or making people feel uncomfortable. When I decided it was time to speak up, the few people I brought it to have warned me to be careful. I don't take to that kindly. There are plenty of people who are still afraid to speak out. They know and have seen how he manipulates things. I am disgusted when I hear Mr. Krause and his puppets talk about attorney's fees the district is incurring. He is the cause of these fees. Obviously, the judge thought there was enough of a threat to order a temporary restraining order to keep Mr. Krause off all district property. He also had to surrender a firearm. Any Google search can also show you that he is not new to restraining order proceedings or recommendations for anger management. I find it despicable that he has been allowed to be on Zoom and not just by teleconference. We do not want to see him. Mr. Krause has puppets here repeating his narrative over and over about money for students. How about don't allegedly harass your subordinates and lawyers won't have to be involved? Where was his concern about district money for students when he was mismanaging district money and the issues that cost him his job? I saw firsthand when Dr. Mitchell started asking Mr. Krause about questionable spending, and somehow he got pushed out. I'll just leave you with this question for the public. Is this someone you want representing you and having any involvement in your children's education?
Thank you. All right, moving on to closed session, recess to closed session. I need a motion.
Trustee French, I motion to recess for closed session.
I need a second.
Webster, I second.
Okay, I am going to take the vote now. Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Krause?
Trustee Krause, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Trustee Love Branch, aye.
Trustee Stewart, aye. Motion passes 5-0. The time is 7:50. Thank you. are back from closed session. 8.002. Dr. Walker, please take roll.
Thank you, President Stewart. Trustee Soto.
Soto present.
Trustee Kraus.
House here.
Trustee Webster.
Webster present.
Trustee LaFrench.
LaFrench present.
President Stewart.
Trustee Stewart here. The time is now 8:53. Okay, there was going on to 9 closed session report. There was nothing to report out. So we will go on to 10 public testimony. Dr. Walker, I don't think we have any speakers.
At this time, we do not have any speakers for public testimony.
Okay. And again, the time is, I stated the time was 8:53 when roll was taken. Okay, so then we will go on to number 11. Oh. Do we have a representative?
There's no one in the audience, Madam President.
Yes, okay, we're gonna go on to adoption of the, no, we don't have a call out.
No, we don't.
We do not have a call out. Okay, so we're gonna go on to 11, adoption of the minutes. 11.01, trustees, I need a motion to approve as written and order filled regular board meeting minutes of Tuesday, January 28th, 2025. I need a motion to approve.
So do I motion that we approve.
I need a second. Stewart, I second. Okay, I'm going to call for the vote.
Madam President, do we have discussion on this item?
What discussion is there, sir?
I just had a comment to make about the minutes, Madam President.
Okay.
I appreciate the board, president and legal counsel correcting the paragraph that the board paid an attorney to write for one board meeting and paid the same attorney more money to fix their own mistake at another board meeting.
Okay, thank
This
you.
cost our taxpayers over $2,000. I have the right to speak, Madam President.
To grandstand, or will you get to the point?
Madam President,
Get to the point, sir.
this is not a dictatorship, Madam President.
I know that, sir.
You are not a dictator, Madam President. And with all due respect, every trustee has the right to have discussion on an agenda item.
Meeting.
And I am not disrupting the meeting, Madam
You to
President.
speak and grandstand.
Madam President, are you okay? Are you feeling okay, Madam President? I have the right to speak. I recommend you consult with legal counsel before you try to hutch me up, Madam President.
No,
Madam President.
thank you, sir. Do not. What do you have
President,
to
you
say?
are out of order.
Please
Madam
get
President,
to
you
the
are out of
point.
order. I am calling you out of order,
Please
Madam
get to
President.
the point, sir.
Okay, it costs $2,000 to pay the same attorney to rewrite the paragraph. Imagine what this money could have done for our students and staff. Thank you for allowing me, as a trustee and elected official of Trustee Area 1, to have my say. And there is no grandstanding. Your opinions do not matter as a dictator of the board. Thank you so much.
You know what, Mr. Krause? We wouldn't have to pay the attorneys if it wasn't for you. So moving on. Let's call for the vote. Trustee Soto.
So do I.
Trustee Kraus.
Trustee Kraus, nay.
Trustee Webster.
Webster, nay.
Trustee Left French.
Left French, aye.
Trustee Stewart, aye. Motion passes 3-2. Moving on to the consent agenda, we are taking items 2.02 through 12.23. Does any trustee want to pull an item?
Yes, Madam President. Trustee Kraus would like to, without being accused of grandstanding, pull a couple items, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would appreciate being addressed as Trustee Kraus and not Mr. Kraus, Madam President, as I give you the proper respect. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Well-
I'm sorry, but it is a slip of the tongue. I don't mean it. But when you were superintendent, I did call you Mr. Kraus, and it was just a habit. I honestly don't mean it.
Understand. Thank you for that clarification. Item 1205. Item 12.10. Sorry, 12.05, 12.10. The only two items, Madam President. Thank you.
Does any other trustee want to pull an item? Okay, so hearing none.
None.
Okay, so moving on. We will be taking all of the remaining items except 12.05 and 12.010. 12.10. I need a motion to approve.
Webster, I motion to approve with the exclusion of 12.05 and 12.10.
And I need a second.
So do I. Second.
Okay, I will call for the vote. Trustee Soto.
So do I.
Trustee Kraus.
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster.
Webster, I.
Trustee Left French.
Left French, aye.
And Trustee Stewart, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Going on to 13. Items removed from the consent agenda. Let's go to 12.05. I need a motion to approve the ratification contract with El Dorado Broadcasters for the 24-25 school year.
Kraus, I move to approve.
I need a second.
So do I. Second.
Okay, we're open for discussion.
Yes, Madam President, thank you very much. I wanted to just highlight the excitement in seeing this agenda item about advertising our district on radio stations in the high desert. I think that it's a great opportunity for us to really tell our story about all of the great things, especially what we heard this evening on the earlier presentations about our student successes at all of our sites. And so I just wanted to again thank Dr. Walker and her team for facilitating the advertising in El Dorado Broadcasters. And I know that our new PIO will also continue to work on doing a great job marketing our district. And with that, that's the only comments I have on this item. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, calling. Is there any other discussion? Okay, calling for the vote. Trustee Soto.
So do I.
Trustee Kraus.
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster.
Webster, I.
Trustee Left French.
Left French, aye.
And Trustee Stewart. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Going on to 12.10, approval of purchase order report listing and warrant report listing. I need a motion to approve.
Kraus, I motion to approve, Madam President.
I need a second.
Soto Hall second.
We're open for discussion.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, members of the board this evening. For this item, I had just a few question comments. On the purchase order listing on page 1, the second line, it talks about window tinting for $1,500. It is my understanding this is one-way tinting where there's no view into the offices. And so I guess my concern is if staff are meeting together in those offices, usually there's shades that can be opened up, but is this, I just want to understand a better understanding of the window tinting need for offices. So that's my first question on this item.
Thank you for your question, Trustee Kraus. Business Services, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you for your question, Trustee Caros. One of the items that actually came to Cabinet's attention were individuals that were looking into executive cabinet offices during meeting times and trying to distract participants that were partaking in the meetings. And so it allows Cabinet to keep their windows open during meetings to see but without having people trying to distract the meetings or look into who's actually in that meeting.
I appreciate that, Ms. Gonzalez. Thank you so much for that explanation on this one. The next one is just on the warrant listing on page 2. I had a question about on page 2 for U.S. Bank is the district's CalCard bank. And there are some expenditures all the way back from last October of a former trustee, Christine Turner, and current trustee, board president from last October, and then another one for $1,900 from former trustee back in November. I'm just trying to ascertain why these are so late coming to the board, especially when a board member is no longer with us 5 months later. And what in the world took so long for the receipts to be turned in on these Cal cards? So I guess that was my question on this item on the warrant listing.
Again, thank you for your question, Trustee Kraus. Business Services.
On these particular items, I believe that it had to do with the conference that was attended, and it was kicked back originally by, I believe, the county. If not, if there was a receipt that was missing at any point in time, sometimes it's difficult for trustees to come in during the week to get that taken care of.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, for that. Then the last question I had was on page 7 of the warrant listing. On page 7, there is a what I personally believe is a inaccurate statement about McCune Harbor that says they are contracted services, but McCune Harbor is actually a legal firm, and part of the legal firm that has racked up over $100,000 in taxpayers' dollars over the last 3 months. So just moving forward, if it's a legal firm, I think we need to, for transparency and accountability, identify McCune Harbor as a legal firm and not as a contracted service, because the community deserves to know over $100,000 of taxpayers' dollars being spent on these attorneys. So that was more of a comment than anything on that. But that's it for this item. Thank you so much.
All right, so let's go on with the vote. Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, nay.
Trustee La French?
La French, aye.
Trustee Stewart, aye. Motion passes 4-1. Okay. All right, going on to item 14, policy introductions, updates, and readings. I need a motion to approve and adopt the first read revision of board policy BP 6158 independent study.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve and adopt the first read revision of Board Policy 6158, Independent Study.
And I need a second.
Soto, I'll second.
Okay, we're open for discussion. Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
And Trustee Stewart, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, 14.02, trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt the first read revision of Administrative Regulation 6158, Independent Study.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve and adopt the first read revision of Admin Regulation 6158, Independent Study.
I need a second.
Soto, I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, calling for the vote. Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? That was an aye.
LaFrench, aye.
And Trustee Stewart, aye. Motion passes 5-0. All right, going on to 15, governing board members' reports and announcements. Trustee Kraus, you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. I will try to be brief as it's close to 9:30. First, I wanted to say congratulations to all of our science fair winners this evening. It was great to see all of them and their families here in the district this evening. Although I am on Zoom, I was able to view the entire audience, and I appreciate those panoramic views of all of the people coming to our board meetings for that. So congratulations to all of them and the staff that helped make it happen. Secondly, I say that I appreciate all public comments. I will defend your right to exercise your First Amendment right at all costs, whether it's positive or negative. But I am alarmed at the obsession Ms. Beenheimer has with me and my family, and her words of hatred tonight only foments hate within our community. She doesn't speak for all of the teachers and only speaks for about 8. Family and I, after hearing this, are asking the superintendent to ask legal counsel to consider a no contact order between Ms. Beenheimer and my immediate family. Tomorrow morning, I will file a police report tomorrow morning as well to protect myself and my family from people that foment hate against anybody in our district or the community. Next, I'd like to congratulate El Mirage for the FBLA sales presentation team and broadcast journalism team. They achieved outstanding results at a recent competition. I want to congratulate Ted Vick for having a successful Valentine's Day family dance. It was great that they were able to bring students and parents together. Again, this week we started LPAC testing. Good luck to all of our students doing that. Child Nutrition Services is planning our National Schools Breakfast Week, and their theme is Clue In on Schools Breakfast. So I appreciate all the hard work our CNS team always has done for our district. Eagle Ranch Elementary will be getting new carpet in the new feature for classrooms, and I'm glad that my advocacy for this is coming to fruition, and I know that they'll be excited, the staff and students there, for that. Again, it has been asked by trustees in the community to bring back comments on Zoom so the public can participate in the name of transparency and accountability. So I ask that this is considered again and brought back for the board for up or down vote in the future. Also am asking to bring back renaming the pool after a teacher and a former board member. I was there in person when former trustee Holly Eckes was on her deathbed, and a promise was made to her by former board member that the district would name the pool after her. I think the Jeff Steenerson Holly Eckes Aquatic Center is appropriate, and I ask that potentially it comes back for consideration. Also, our lifeguards are being advertised on EdJoint for our pool, so hopefully this summer we have that up and going. And then we hopefully will work with an agreement with the city for the community use of our pool as well in the future. Also, our governance handbook is supposed to be brought back after the reorg meeting in December, and it hasn't been brought back yet. So I hope that we have an opportunity to bring back the governance handbook for the board to review and update potentially in the near future as per our policy on that. And then one of the last things I wanted to say is that this week, a formal complaint was submitted to the Attorney General's office, signed by over 500 constituents in the district, as well as several prominent high desert officials, requesting an immediate investigation into district operations going all the way back to 2016, including at a minimum the following allegations: hiring practices to include hiring of friends, relatives, consultants, legal counsel, the awarding of contracts, and finally after-school programs, misuse of taxpayer dollars, nepotism, and using positions on the board for preferential treatment of friends and family. So I wanted to make it clear that this has went up to the California Attorney General's office for their review and potential investigation into the district. As a trustee and as a community member, it is imperative that we have transparency and accountability in our district. And with that, I just want to wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day coming up this Friday, and hope you don't eat too much chocolate and are able to come back to school on Monday or Tuesday. Not sure if we have a holiday on Monday, but if not, then see you on Monday. Thank you very much.
Okay, Trustee Webster.
Alrighty. Good evening, AESD friends and family. I am excited to be speaking tonight as we had some really awesome things happen between now and our last board meeting. On January 29th, we celebrated the 100th day of school. That means we are past the halfway mark of our school year. I want to send a special thanks and appreciation to all of our staff. It has been a busy year, but it feels bittersweet to know we are past the halfway mark of the 24-25 school year. I want to thank our superintendent for bringing our kiddos in for tonight's meeting. It was great to see so many families and students in attendance tonight. I think it's phenomenal that we start our meetings with that kind of energy. And it really started tonight off right. And more so, how important it is to celebrate the great achievements of our students and the awards they are winning. We are rounding the corner to the parent-teacher conferences for the spring, and I know this time can be challenging. I want to shout out to our teachers for being part of the amazing support system that our children thrive with. I know this is an important time for us to as it gives us parents a time for collaboration and a glimpse into how our kids are doing at school. I know I would like to comment on a new concept that was proposed last week, which is Beyond the Bell. Thank you so much to Academic Services and Superintendent Dr. Walker. I am super excited to see this roll out amongst our schools, getting teachers engaged with something to get excited about, with teacher-driven interests as well. I look forward to hearing about some of the amazing opportunities that are going to be offered to our kiddos beyond the bell. We have seen so many sweetheart dances, someone special dances, and many others going on around our district in light of the upcoming Valentine's Day. I want to make a shout out to our amazing PTAs that operate all around our district. These individuals work so hard to make these kinds of events not only a fun, exhilarating time, but also a memorable event for all of our students. So thank you so much to all of those PTA members who help support the Adelanto students every day. I have seen so many field trips coming across, and I want to say I think it is such an amazing thing that our kiddos are getting out and learning hands-on. So with so many opportunities that await, I know our teachers will have some amazing adventures planned this year. As we celebrated our staff that have dedicated 10 years of service earlier tonight, I just want to make an additional thank you to those who have served our students and given so much time to helping make the students of Adelanto succeed in their educational journeys. Thank you again for being part of our team, and know you truly help build the pillars of success. For time, I am going to waive my request this evening, but I want to thank the public support that has reached out and continued to show their support for my positions. Please, public, do not hesitate to reach out with any other concerns. Thank you again, and I truly do appreciate the support. As I have made lengthy speeches the last week, or the last few meetings, I am going to close my speech a little early tonight. I want to thank all the hardworking individuals in our district for their time and dedication, and look forward to being back with everyone shortly. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Soto.
Good evening, everyone. At our last meeting, I did mention that I had a big announcement, but sometimes things take longer than expected, and I need to hold off on shaping those details for now. I appreciate the patience, and I'll have more to say soon. I also want to take a moment to recognize a close friend of mine who recently passed away. His loss has been heavy, and it's a reminder of the struggles so many people face, often in silence. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among men, and nearly 4 times as many men die by suicide compared to women. These numbers are heartbreaking, and they tell us that we have to do better, not just in how we support mental health, but in how we prepare young people for life beyond school. Our job as an education system isn't just to help students go through school, it's to equip them with the skills to build a meaningful life, to thrive, and to contribute to their communities. We can't just teach them to survive in the real world. We need to teach them how to truly live. Lastly, I want to push for us to move forward with our governance workshop. Our bylaws require it annually that we review our bylaws, our governance handbook. And while we fell behind in January, I'd like for us to get this done this February. It's important that we keep ourselves accountable so we better serve our students and community. Thank you all, and let's keep working together to make real change.
Okay, Trustee Love French.
Okay. President Stewart, I want to take a moment to express my gratitude for your leadership and dedication to our board. I know how challenging it can be to manage difficult and disrespectful adults, especially when people come with their own hidden agendas. Your ability to navigate these situations with professionalism and grace is truly commendable. Your commitment to our schools and our community does not go unnoticed, and I am grateful for all that you do. Thank you for your strength, your patience, an unwaveringly focus on what's best for our students and our families. As a teacher in the high desert, I appreciate you being our leader and our board president. Thank you.
Oh my God, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was not expecting that. Okay, I'm going to keep my comments really short because it is that time. But I just want to say that I support our EAs. They have had the guts to stand up and face something that's diff, difficult because they aren't the only ones who have reached out. There have been other employees who were too afraid to say their name, but I have their letters. And just like I'm here for the employees and the students of this district. To me, this district is like a living, breathing being. Every aspect is important. And the employees are important. We have had employees here for over 10 years. And I'm sorry, the way that they were treated and the things that I have heard, I support the decisions the board has made, and I will stand by them 100%. And I will not apologize, and I will not hide. And if there is an investigation, bring it, because I have nothing to hide, because I have done nothing wrong. The only thing I care about is that our kids are educated and that our employees who help them feel safe and heard. And that's all I have to say. So let's go ahead to 16. Superintendent reports and announcements.
Thank you, President Stewart. Good evening, esteemed President Stewart, Board of Trustees, Executive Cabinet, AESD staff, and the community. I'd like to start off this evening by saying thank you to my Executive Cabinet for the successful completion of our federal program review, and especially to Academic Services and her team. I can say truthfully that the work that they did was phenomenal. Anytime you have a review team that comes in and they're going to school sites and visiting and really turning over all the things that should be happening and may not be happening, and to find out that last year we had over 20 some odd findings. 2 years ago, 20 some odd findings, and this year we only had 6. That is phenomenal. So yes, they deserve a round of applause. In addition to that, and I did get approval from Nicole Peterson to share that they just received a notice that they were nominated for a National Blue Ribbon School.
Oh my God.
That is amazing. And so I am so excited to be able to share that information. And I'm even as excited to share that we have our next Guiding Coalition meeting on February the 18th, where we will have over 70 staff members, managers, site leaders, parents, community partners, cabinet members, and 2 of our esteemed Board of Trustees. But listen to this. Not only that, we are going to have students that will be engaged in this collaboration at the next Guiding Coalition.
Oh, that's awesome.
This is a powerful reminder of how much we can achieve when we are united behind a common goal. Together, we are shaping a vision for the future that is inclusive, responsive, and focused on the needs of those we serve. Through these efforts, we are collectively committed to building a system that is rooted in trust, where all voices are heard, respected, and valued. This trust is the cornerstone upon which we are developing a framework that is not only adaptable, but responsive to the evolving needs of our students and community. We're embracing a cycle of continuous improvement that is data-driven. You heard a lot about the data tonight. That's really what drives our work. Ensuring that we keep students at the forefront of every decision we make. In this process, we remain committed to clear and consistent communication, revising when necessary, listening to one another, and reporting on the progress we make, ensuring that we are always on even footing with each other. Additionally, this cycle includes ample opportunities for reflection and feedback. As we know that our work is never finished, we will always look for ways to improve, to listen, and to adapt based upon what we learn from each other and from the data that we collect. Together, we will continue to build upon the foundation of success we've established and work tirelessly to create even better and greater opportunities for our students with our framework for the future that works for every student, every family, and every member of this community. I am excited for the work ahead, and I look forward to the continued collaboration and growth we will experience as we thrive in 2030. This work is something I approach with confidence, commitment, and compassion, knowing these values are essential to building a successful, thriving district. Let us remain united in our shared goal, empowering students to achieve their fullest potential and contributing to the success of our community. So I close with this. As I said multiple times in this message, that it is about the students. With that, I have a short video that focuses on why we're all doing the work that we're doing.
Okay, moving on to adjournment. I need a motion to adjourn.
Trustee Webster, I motion to adjourn.
I need a second.
Soto, I'll second.
Okay, I'm gonna call for the vote. Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, I.
Trustee LaFrench,
Love French, aye.
and Trustee Stewart, aye. The time is now 9:29. Please have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.